Welcome, denizens of the night. Excellent to have all of you join us this evening. How's everyone doing? That's lovely to hear, Nashan. Thank you for joining us. I hope everyone here is well stocked on their vitae for the evening. I think the further and further we explore the path to spring, the greater everyone will start to feel. Hopefully, our foray onto the night road can make that transition a little more pleasant. How was work this evening? Anything particularly exciting grab you? I hope that all of our technical difficulties so far have been accommodated. I know yesterday we faced some brief struggles with the microphone as well as some issues with the lag and bitrate. I trust those issues aren't plaguing us this evening. Lovely. Well, to give everyone here a recap, last evening we spent some time fixing some of those issues I just mentioned and exploring not only the basis of the Night Road and Vampire the Masquerade, but also the ideas behind some of the different clans that we might be encountering as we mingle with the other kindred exploring the Masquerade. Thank you for that follow, Nashan. I really appreciate that. If the music at any point gets to be a little too loud or obnoxious, please let me know. It is also just something I'm testing to allow for there to be a little less space in between the sounds of my voice. One of the things we may encounter at the beginning of tonight's session are mild difficulties with a polling system I've just put in place to allow the other kindred who've joined us this evening to vote on the choices placed before us as we explore this interactive piece of fiction. If it doesn't work, I'm sure that we'll be able to find something that will. Well, appears both of my hounds have joined me for the evening. Let's see. We will swap to this here. And that doesn't appear to be working. So that being the case, we'll go ahead and get rid of that. And that. And we'll just dig right into it. Without the poll system working, we're going to have to do something a little bit different for deciding how this young neonate makes his way through the harsh desert nights. To that end, when we arrive at each of the individual portions of decision making, I will pause for a few minutes to allow each of you to place your decisions in the chat. After those minutes have elapsed, we'll embark on those decisions together. How does that sound, everyone? Absolutely, it sounds like you've got the gist of it. All right. Thank you very much for the host, Will. Greatly appreciate that. You're just in time. I was explaining that with the failure of my polls to launch, we're going to have to run the decision-making process through the chat. Feel free in the time that's elapsing during that decision-making process to explain the reason you've made your decisions and convince others to join with you. I'll be collating that information at the elapsation of time and then embarking upon the night road. The hounds seem unable to make up their mind about which location they would like to be in this evening. Without further ado, I think it's time we begin. This will be an interactive community reading of Vampire the Masquerade, Night Road by Kyle Marquis. Chapter 1, Just Getting By. Arizona, Interstate 10, heading west. The night of November the 1st. It's sunrise, 6:41 a.m. You are getting ready to pass a diesel Mercedes when the shifter goes all loose. You jiggle the stick and pump the clutch, but it's like holding a dead man's hand. Your old Honda drifts off the highway in a cloud of sand and grit. A moment later, the engine stalls. You pop the hood and fumble around in the back for a flashlight. Then you realize that it's getting light out. You can feel that this poor car, your companion for 10 lonely years, is finished. And if you're still out here when the desert sun rises, so are you. Cars fall apart. So do people. So do phones. You pull out your old iPhone and check the time in the cracked screen. 6:05 a.m. Unlike your poor Honda or the tattered air freshener hanging from your mirror which used to hide the smell of dried blood, you'll last forever, if you can find somewhere to hide before 6:41 a.m. You've been making these courier runs for 10 years, each year making less than the last, hiding in trunks and storage units during the day, racing down the desert highways at night with messages and parcels on your passenger seat. It's been boring. It's felt like getting old, trapped in this body that can never age. Well, you're not bored now. You're even breathing again, short, frightened little breaths as you watch the sky lighten in the east. Nerves you thought extinguished years ago fire up again, making your hands shake. You feel almost alive as you check under the hood. The cable clutch is fucked. No surprise there. Maintenance hasn't been a possibility, let alone a priority. And when you look at the engine, you realize the problems run deeper than one busted cable. You've been ignoring the warning signs, like an old man who keeps coughing and won't go to the doctor. And the engine looks like... well, the engine looks like you're going to look in exactly... You check your phone again. 16 minutes. Maybe there's still time. You look around at the dusty highway, the wasteland that stretches out to the black horizon in every direction, and try to recall your mortal life. Something you learned when you still drew breath must have the power to save you here. At this point, we're faced with a decision. Did our neonate grow up poor, working on cars? He'd like to see if he can get this engine running for just a few more minutes. Or perhaps B, we had lots of mortal friends and have kept in touch with some of them. They might have a good idea if we call one of them. Or at least they can pull up a map on their phones and tell me which way to run. Or did we serve in the military instead? In addition to combat training, we may know how to hide and survive in a desert. Or D, did we receive a good education? We haven't let that knowledge stagnate now that we're dead. We'll use our phone and some maps to figure out where to go next. We have a decision before us, fellow kindred, and there are 3 minutes on the clock within which to make that decision, starting now. There are 2 minutes left to record your decisions for our next step upon the night road. My hounds appear to be breaking into the room again. Do you have me pulled up? Would you? Less than 1 minute remaining, and we have a choice between military or friends at this point. If anyone else would like to weigh in, now would be an excellent time. The lovely astrophysicist in the background.
I come to steal juggle.
Gelatinous vitae for the lovely astrophysicist. That's excellent. Your time, my friends, has expired. Are we calling our friends, or are we serving in the military? The military it is. You've been in worse situations than this, you tell yourself. Actually, you never saw serious combat, and you were never in this much trouble when you were alive. And back then, you weren't alone. Where did you serve? Were we an army marksman, learning how to shoot, remain calm under fire, and repair our kit? Were we perhaps in the Coast Guard, a rescue swimmer? Were we C, joining the army and ending up in a combatives program, within which we discovered an unexpected talent for beating people up? Perhaps D, we were a Navy officer, not high-ranking, but knowing how to give orders and navigate the complex bureaucracy of the administration. Or maybe E, we served in the Marine recons, learning survival techniques, how to move fast and stay out of trouble, as well as how to issue both orders and threats. For this decision, my friends, fellow denizens of the evening, we've 2 minutes on the clock, starting now. For those of you just joining us, this is an interactive fiction piece based on Vampire the Masquerade, The Night Road. At each decision, I will be pausing my reading of this lovely work of pure fiction to allow the community to decide where the young neonate we embody makes his path down the night road. Welcome. Thank you all for joining us this evening. I hope each of you are well stocked on vitae. It certainly wouldn't do for the blood to run sluggish. We have 1 minute remaining to make this decision. When you feel you've reached a decision of your own, feel free to type that into the chat. Unfortunately, this elderly kindred was unable to get the technological marvel of the polls working in time for this evening's stream. I believe we'll allow another minute to make the decision, as our newcomers may wish to partake. So far it sounds we've got 2 votes for a naval officer and 1 to be a Coast Guard swimmer. Time runs thin, my friends. All right. In that case, we were a Navy officer. Not high-ranking, but knowing how to give orders and navigate the complex bureaucracy of the administration. You were not the best officer. You barely made it through Annapolis, and you ended up crewing a desk miles from the nearest port. And now you rack your brain trying to figure out what skills you learned that you can use. Not much. Except one thing. You always knew when a situation was hopeless. That kept your head above water when you served and let you know when to walk away. And this car, this dusty stretch of highway, is hopeless. It's time to go. You grab the satchel with your deliveries and head away from the highway, looking for anything that might save you from destruction. An old mine shaft, an abandoned shack, anything. The stars to the east are gone, replaced by a blue-purple haze. It's 6:30 a.m. You remember the last time you saw the sun. You were so focused in those days. Life was so clear. You knew what you were going to become, and then you were back in the States, dead broke and with a headache that never fully went away, staying at the house of a friend who pitied you more than liked you. That evening you stood on the little wrought iron balcony, watching the sun set over a city you didn't like, idly making plans to leave. Maybe you would re-enlist. Maybe you'd take up that job offer. Maybe you'd kill yourself. You couldn't decide. When your roommate shouted at you to carry a box of his old shit to Goodwill, you shrugged and went downstairs with it. Of course, Goodwill was closed, and when you came back it was night. The door was locked, and no one would answer their phone. And then a shadow detached itself from the wall of the alley. When you rose again, burning with hunger and sticky with your own blood, your killer did not call you kindred, or Cainite, or vampire. First, you learned about your clan, your lineage, a bloodline that existed since before history, before all cities except one. Your killer said you belonged to... Was it A? Clan Ventru, the clan of kings, monarchs of the night, masters of dreadful mental powers and rulers of the undead world? Or perhaps B, Clan Tremere, scholars, conspirators, and blood sorcerers? Maybe C, Clan Torador, artists, seducers, philosophers of sensation and manipulation. Maybe our young neonate belonged to Clan D, Clan Gangrel, half corpse and half animal, undead shapeshifters and beastmasters. Maybe 'twas E, Clan Bruja, once a clan of philosopher kings and now punks, outcasts, and would-be revolutionaries. Mayhaps it was F, Clan Banu Hachim, descendants of a godlike killer and lawgiver, sorcerers and assassins. Or maybe we belong to no clan at all, one of the Katif, forced to hide our truth. For this important decision of our lineage, kindred, we have 4 minutes to decide, starting now. That's one of the beautiful things about the clans of the Masquerade. Each of them has such twinkling little fascinations buried within themselves. It makes decisions like this all the more difficult, knowing this is a path we must trod together until the end of time. You might have heard the animalism commands of the hound. It seems we've currently at least a vote for the Banu Hakim, and a decision to make between Tremere, the Gangrel, or the Bruja. Would anyone else like to weigh in on this all-important decision that will shape the story moving forward? We have 30 seconds left to make this decision, Kindred. Time is running thin. I think Will be pleased to see the choices to join the Gangrel, if that be our decision. Alright, well that is 2 votes for the Gangrel. We shall move forward. The savage Outlanders are shape-shifting beastmasters who, almost alone among vampires, can survive outside of the cities. With the disciplines of animalism, fortitude, and protean, Gangrel flesh is both hardy and able to change its form. The Outlanders also have various powers over living animals. The weakness of this clan is that they are feral. Gangrels struggle to relate to normal humans, especially as their humanity declines. By the time your sire found you, she had already begun her great metamorphosis. But on that night she could still pass for human beneath her hat and trench coat. She came to the city rarely, but something about you had attracted her. She embraced you and dragged you away to an abandoned research facility on the outskirts of Tucson to join her litter of ghoul whelps. You still remember the whelps. They were half-mad, half-starved men and women who maintained an eternal twilight half-life by suckling on your sire's blood. know now, are the favored servants of vampires. Humans given vampire blood while they are still alive gain agelessness and a little power in exchange for much of their free will. You were greater than they, a true vampire, and they hated you for it. How did we survive those nights? Did we A, manipulate the whelps so they fought one another and beat any that tried to challenge us directly? Or B, did we learn to fight, lead, and thrive among our sire's whelps? They came to fear us as we developed our sire's shape-shifting powers. Perhaps C, we endured the risk of fire and electrocution to activate what remained of that facility's machinery. Or D, were we brave enough to escape our sire, fleeing into the wilderness and surviving there with our wolf companion? Perhaps, lastly, E, we were our sire's courier before going independent. Our wolf companion and we trawled Tucson, uncovering strange artifacts she demanded we find. There are 2 minutes on the clock, kindred. Starting now. Like any good follower of the Masquerade, it is certainly not vitae filling my glass. We did indeed choose to be a naval officer. There is but a minute remaining. The current votes are for learning to fight, lead, and thrive among the sire's whelps, or for being the sire's courier before going independent. I think a shape-shifting Michael Phelps would likely be a dolphin. Currently that's 2 votes to be the sire's courier before going independent. 30 seconds left on the clock. That would be quite a shocking conclusion to our story. Alright, then we move forward as our sire's courier. Your sire never trusted you, but she needed your quick and independent thinking, something her spawn lacked. She needed other things, too. Rare animals, taxidermy specimens, certain rare types of human blood. You procured them all, crisscrossing Arizona in an old Jeep. It was just you and the strange wolf that appeared one day in your dreams, and then the next night while you were awake. You don't know where the wolf came from, how it got into the middle of Flagstaff, which is where you met, but you knew what to do. You fed that Lobo your blood, as your sire fed her ghouls, and the beast was yours. The wolf. Was it a male, a female, or simply a wolf? You have 1 minute to make this decision, kindred, beginning now. That's an excellent question. It'd have to be something we find out together. For any who might be just now joining us, this is a piece of interactive fiction written by Kyle Marquis, based on Vampire the Masquerade, called The Night Road. It sounds like we have at least one vote for female here, perhaps two, maybe even three. There are 20 seconds remaining before your time expires on this decision, denizens of the night. A female wolf it shall be. Your wolf was a terrifying specimen, but unlike your sire's whelps, you could speak and think and had enough sense to find a collar for her so people would mistake her for a dog. Then, perhaps to remind yourself of what you had lost, you gave your wolf a name. Did we name this wolf Lobo, Shadow, Enoya, Magda, or something else entirely? You have 1 minute to make this decision, kindred. I suggest you think fast. That's one vote for Magda. That's 2 votes for Magda, with 20 seconds remaining on the clock before this decision expires. Your sire never trusted Magda, but you did, with your life. And she repaid that trust one night when you were returning to your sire's haven. She howled, snapped, and finally bit your hand, forcing you to pull off onto a side street. That's when the wind shifted, and you smelled the smoke. You and Magda approached on foot and watched vampire hunters dragging her blood whelps out of your sire's haven. You never saw your sire again. You fled into the desert. only returning when the old Prince of Tucson was destroyed in a coup and you were able to drift back into town unquestioned. You carefully asked your own questions, but no one knew anything about your sire. No one had even heard about the gangrel who called herself Lampago and sought apotheosis in the ruins of a decaying research facility. And after all that, 10 years on these miserable desert highways, scraping by on the charity of your elders as you run their errands, you've lost your edge, the clarity of your focus, sacrificing specialization in order to learn trick after trick, in order to survive from night to night. If you were still alive, you'd be middle-aged. The elders of the kindred are lies wrapped in flesh. Undeath is no promise of immortality. You've seen 100 Cainites born into the night, only to die a few months later at the hands of hunters of their own kind, or just because they didn't know what time it was. Strange that you're going to die young. The air ripples. It smells like burning metal. You never should have bought a hatchback. Magda bolts past you and vanishes over a low hill. Then she starts to howl and yip. Knowing the Lobo might be your only chance, you follow her howls until you're looking at the ruins of an old filling station. Shelter. Though the station looks abandoned, you see footprints in the sand. A golden eagle sits on the stripped diesel dispenser. Magda growls, and the eagle puffs up. But this is no mere territorial dispute among wild animals. You can feel the vitae in the golden eagle. It is a famulus, a servant of the blood, like your Lobo. You approach the main building, looking for a way in. The windows and doors are all boarded up, and though there's a garage door for a loading dock, it seems locked. The eagle spreads its wings and screams. You don't have time for this. The sun will kill you, but first it will drive you mad. You can feel the beast rising in you. The beast, the untamed monster that lurks inside every vampire, that drives you to acts of depravity and violence. You're losing control. You need to act now, but that famulus seems almost to have been put here to guard this place. Its talons flex, and we're forced with a decision. If I learned one thing from my sire, it was how to endure suffering. We circle the filling station, our discipline and skin like iron as we look for a way inside. Whoever controls this eagle has underestimated the power of my Lobo. Option B would be ordering Magda to drive the other famulus away. Or do we take option C? We don't only command beasts, we can almost become one. Do we grow our claws and walk past that eagle, slashing open the boards over the window? You have 2 minutes to make this decision, Kindred. Decide quickly. My own famulus has quite a bit of trouble making these decisions. thank all of you for being a part of this so far this evening. We have one more minute to make the decision of how we move forward with the giant eagle in our way. Seems we've one vote for C and another tentative vote, I believe, also for C. The decision is upon us. We've 30 more seconds before this choice expires, like so many K-Nights before you. A decision has been reached. We don't just command beasts, we can become one. We grow our claws and walk past the eagle to slash open the boards over the window. A single thunderous heartbeat drives Vitae into your hands, and your nails harden and lengthen, becoming heavy, red-black claws, sharp as razors. The famulus takes one look at those dreadful weapons and flies away with an alarmed screech. Two vicious sweeps of your claws rip away the boards over the window. As smoke starts to escape from your clothes, you wiggle inside, then crawl, kick away from the hole. Magda wiggles her way inside a moment later, her coat gleaming in the light of the sunrise. A wave of exhaustion hits you as the sun rises fully. The kindred were not meant to remain awake during daylight hours, and you look around for anywhere safe you might rest. You're in a small, sealed back office, crowded with dusty furniture. An old tarp covers a chair. You grab the tarp and use it to walk a rusted filing cabinet in front of the open window, blocking out the sunlight. You check the door. It's unlocked and opens onto a long-deserted convenience store. Shafts of sunlight cut through the room from gaps in the wooden boards, so you quickly close the door. You're trapped in this little office, but you can't worry about that now. You huddle in the corner, behind the little desk, as far as you can position yourself from the window. Then you mentally inventory all the things you need to worry about. Your ruined car, the ache of hunger in your gums, the smell of fresh blood somewhere in this building, the strange famulus outside. You may not survive another night, but you survived this one. You survived the warm black pit where your sire nursed her ghoul spawn. You survived the hunters that came for her. And you survived out here in the desert for years, one night at a time. You permit yourself a tight little smile. You can still make it. You can still find a way out of this. And then the blackness of the day sleep swallows you. We're moving forward to the next chapter of the story, and as a result, this kindred must refill a glass of certainly not Vitae. We will take a brief intermission, no more than 5 minutes, fellow denizens of the night, and then we'll return to continue to Chapter 2 of the Night Road, Into the Sunset. All right, my friends. I've returned, and I hope in this time frame you've all been able to refill your glasses as well. Blood bags only take us so far. What do we think so far of the exposition we're experiencing with one another? We've made some lovely decisions. We've arrived at some conclusions about the neonate that we'll be dragging forward down the night road. We've named our beautiful wolf Magda, and driven off the famulus, perhaps a familiar of another equally animalistic kindred. We've taken shelter in an abandoned convenience store, barely hidden from the terror of the bright yellow ball of hatred in the sky, which has brought death and end to the unlife of so many Canaanites before us.
Are you on? Oh. Okay, bye.
About 1 minute from now, we'll ease our way into Chapter 2, lovingly titled Into the Sunset. Don't let yourselves go thirsty as we explore this world. It's important that the blood not run sluggish through your veins, lest you find yourself in a position unable to use it, fellow kindred. For those of you just now joining us, we are reading a piece of interactive fiction based on the world of darkness setting of Vampire the Masquerade. It's called The Night Road by Marquis. We've taken on the reins of a young neonate, driven desperately into the desert roads of the American Southwest. As we approach the interactive decisions of this piece of pure fiction, let me assure you, I will provide a small set of time within which audience participation is quite encouraged. Discuss amongst yourself these decisions that we may come to a consensus before we move forward. But be quick, for time expires fast, and we must not be caught by the sun. Thus far, we've chosen ourselves as a member of Clan Gangrel, a naval officer. Not a very good one at that. At our side, a famulus, a lobo or wolf, named Magda. We've holed ourselves up for the first evening in a small convenience store in the deserts of Arizona. We know our former sire has gone missing, and we had to wait long, hard nights out in the desert for the former Prince of Tucson to be usurped in a coup before we made our way back into the city. As you join us now, we're moving into Chapter 2, still in Arizona on Interstate 10 heading west, the night of November the 2nd. Sunrise comes quickly at 6:42 a.m. If anyone had found you that day crumpled behind the desk, they would see only a disheveled corpse. And while the sun is in the sky, that's all you are. The blood you got back in El Paso, before you hopped in your Honda, awakens the moment the sun sets. The return to consciousness is instantaneous and agonizing. You open your eyes in shadow and wait for your eyes to adjust. Your limbs are still heavy, as if crushed by the weight of the sun. As you wait, you think about the Camarilla, and you remember what the elders made you do to prove that you were more than some clanless scavenger. You were desperate then, and you knew you had to obey. They paired you with another desperate young Cainite, a charming young man named Julian Sim, who talked too much. He was something that other kindred called an Assamite, and back then you didn't know if that was another clan like the Gangrel or another sect like the Camarilla. No one ever bothered to tell you. Julian had the eager energy of a congressional page and the glittering, patient eyes of a reptile. He was out for himself, and so were you, and that gave you something in common. You remember Julian's lime green geotracker crunching to a halt over gravel. You jumped out and felt the sand beneath your feet. Still hot hours after sunset, though the night air felt cool. Julian was well dressed, despite the rough work, but back then you always wore the same thing when out in the desert. Coveralls, with the name you used sewn on a patch. Not your real name, of course. That person died in an alley outside a locked apartment. You still call yourself A? Rook? Perhaps B? Celeste? Do we call ourselves C? Vane? Or D? Luca? Perhaps it's E? Ransom? Or F? Pyre? We also have the option of naming ourselves, should we so choose. The choice, fellow denizens of the night, as ever, remains in your hands. You have 3 minutes to convince your fellow kindred why your choice ought to be the choice with which we move forward. Starting now. It seems even our moderator, Astrophysicist, is a little stumped by this decision. Perhaps the rest of you can help her out. There are 2 minutes remaining for this decision of a name. And what's in a name? A rose by any other is still just as thorned. The keeper of our dear Elysium is certainly one worthy of your worship and praise. Well, that decision certainly rests upon the decision of whether this young neonate is a male or a female, doesn't it? Perhaps not. I think both Celeste and Galileo are excellent decisions, ones that will shape our decisions for times to come. A non-binary neonate is certainly an option, for what is gender in the face of an undeath, a lifeless relapse upon the mortal coil from which we need not ever return? There are 30 seconds left to make the decision, the name scrawled upon the nameplate of our coveralls, kindred. It would seem we've 2 votes for a nameless no-one neonate, ripped from a life not too far separated from the undeath they now scrawl themselves upon. Within 15 seconds, this decision will be written into the annals of history, unless someone else would like to speak up. Is this how we would like our name to appear upon our tattered coveralls? So it has been declared, and so it shall be. Those old coveralls let you pass as a maintenance worker just about anywhere. They were better protection from prying eyes than any Nosferatu's invisibility arts. Carrying water for the ivory tower, eh, no one? Julian said with a little chuckle, hoisting the plastic gallon jugs out of the back of the tracker. Each read, Buena Serte, or something like it in blue Sharpie. You didn't laugh. This wasn't humanitarian work. Or maybe it was. The desert princes still fear the thing that slept under those sands. They told you that if it woke up hungry, it would tear this land apart. How long you think we're going to do this? Julian asked. Julian talked too much. But sometimes he cut through the bullshit with words that carried a constellation of meanings. How long? Decades? Centuries? We, neonates, nothing but larvae in the eyes of their elders. And this awful work. We're faced with another decision, kindred. The decision of how we respond to this other neonate we've been gifted with the presence of. Do we say A? This is what it is to be a neonate, Julian. We work our way up. but we can work our way up forever in the Camarilla. Or perhaps B. This is how we survive to see another night, and as far as I can see, it's the only way. Complaining won't save anyone. Maybe our response is C. I hate this evil work as much as you do. The Camarilla claims they act for the greater good of all kindred, but it's just a lie. Or, finally, is our response D. You're supposed to be the visionary, Julian. Give me a reason to walk away, and I will. You have 2 minutes to formulate your response, denizens of the night, starting now. As you can see, my own familius hound has made his presence quite known. There's 1 minute remaining, whether you trust Julian or not. Thus far, we've one decision for A, telling Julian that this is what it is to be a neonate. Are there any others who would chime in to formulate the choices of our own neonate? We've 30 seconds left for our response. With only 15 seconds remaining, we've 2 votes for the first response available to us. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Julian laughed at your response. You understand that you can't work your way up if no one retires, right? The Prince of Tucson was born the same year as Suleiman the Magnificent. Isn't that an interesting and fun fact? And he's not going anywhere. There's nowhere to move, no one. They have all the food, all the money, all the places to hide from the sun. We have a lime green geotracker. Actually, I do. You have a jumpsuit with someone else's name on it. A hot desert wind whipped Julian's black hair around his head as he counted the gallons of water. The Camarilla gave you a job they considered necessary, even vital. Desperate migrants stumbled through this part of the desert, fleeing violence in Mexico and Central America for the promise of a better life in the States. Without water, many died. aid groups dropped water and supplies for the migrants. The year before, the Camarilla had infiltrated and supplanted one of those aid groups, replacing their members with you and Julian. Your job? Position the water above the scattered lairs of the Nosferatu Elder, the one known only as Raremus. The victims he claimed would give him enough blood to prevent his full awakening. This sucks, Julian said as you checked the GPS coordinates on your Garmin. I mean, I know what we are. I know what we do to survive. But this is just so stupid. It's inefficient and wasteful. This was how the world ran 2 or 3 centuries ago, no one. Before anyone invented flowcharts or assembly lines. We're faced with another decision. A decision of our own thoughts, fellow kindred. Do we think that it is and was horrible work, but what choice did we have? It was either that or be destroyed ourselves. Though we will never forgive the Camarilla for compromising us like that. Or do we think B? It was ugly work, but more people would have suffered if the Elder woke up, so we went back to work. Perhaps C. They were just food. Why would we care? It needed to get done, and maybe the smart ones knew enough to escape. Are we predisposed to the thoughts of D, that the work was intolerable, that we ought to convince Julian we needed to find something better to do with our unlives? Or do our thoughts run more parallel with E, that we couldn't do it anymore? So we made up our minds to ditch Julian and this horrible work the moment we got the chance. As before, fellow denizens of the evening, you've 3 minutes to make your decision. Starting now. Such is the life of one youthfully brought into vampirism. The blood of Cain runs sluggish through our veins, and as with those left upon the mortal coil, it can seem like an endless amount of suffering through which to struggle. Unlife, as with life, tends to be what we make of it, Neshan. Our keeper of Elysian, astrophysicist, sounds like she would like to choose E, to ditch the bitch, young Julian, knower of things and owner of a lime green geo-tracker. We've 1 minute and 30 seconds left to make a decision, with 2 votes to ditch Julian in the future when we get the opportunity. If anyone else would like to offer their 2 cents, now is the time to enter chat. An interesting question, all of these, to be honest. Some of them we'll have to find out together, but I will warn you. Diablerizing another of the kindred is a gross violation of the Masquerade, and will undoubtedly lead to the Camarilla hunting you in one fashion or another. To feast on the vitae of another of the kindred, one so ensconced within the Masquerade that they know its rules, its histories. It leaves us in a vulnerable position. The choice, my friends, is yours. A consensus has been reached. We couldn't do it anymore, so we made up our mind to ditch Julian and this horrible work the moment we got the chance. You remember dragging the water jugs into place and driving home in Julian's geo-tracker, but nothing else about that last trip. An hour before dawn, you took the tracker and $300 and drove north. You half expected to still be driving when the sun rose, but you spotted an abandoned car dealership 20 minutes before sunrise and hid there. Those first few nights were hard. You weren't important enough for the Camarilla to hunt down, and though you had excuses prepared for why you had disappeared, you never ended up needing them. What you needed was blood and shelter, and there was never enough. Julian tracked you down after a year. You were pale and hungry, and your hands were burned from incidental exposure to sunlight. He didn't say anything. Standing there in his $500 jeans and $10 startup t-shirt, he handed you a roll of 20s, a stack of CDs with file names written on them in blue Sharpie, and a list of addresses. "Deliver these," he said. "Start paying me back." So you pushed the tracker to a gas station, filled the tank, and started your new life. You can move your hands now. You rise and glance outside through the narrow crack between the desk and the wall. It's full dark. Your hunger is an ache in the back of your gums that leads right up behind your eyes and threatens to turn into a migraine. You can hold off the beast a few more nights like this, but you'll need to feed soon. You head into the dingy and abandoned convenience store part of the abandoned filling station, wander past dusty and empty shelves, and glance outside through gaps in the boarded-up windows. Magda patrols, nose snuffling at the broken linoleum tiles. You can't see that strange eagle, but you still smell blood. It's faded, but impossible to ignore. Movement catches your eye, but it's just your reflection in the broken glass of an empty display case. You stare into the eyes of a haunted-looking, eternally young... Is it A, a man? Are we B, a woman? Or perhaps C? Fluidity in and of itself creates us as a non-binary personage. another 45 seconds for this decision, though I told you not how long we would have at the beginning. We do have 2 votes for non-binary at this point. Our young neonate, no one. After all, to an immortal being, what is gender but a construct to begin with? You look like shit. Bloodshot eyes, skin pulled back from your nails and teeth, thrift store clothes. Even your satchel looks like someone dragged it down a highway. You check the satchel. Your deliveries, the USBs, are still in there. Then you hear sound outside. A few whispered words in Spanish. Weeping. Thank God. Food. It looks like they used the entrance you made to get inside, but they've boarded it back up again so no one from the road spots their flashlight. You're in the middle of the disused convenience store's 3 aisles, invisible in the darkness. At the far side of the store, a short hallway leads to 3 doors, a locked bathroom straight ahead, the office where you slept to the right, and what you guess is a storage room to the left. The mortals are trying to get it open. You count 4 of them. A man and a woman in their mid-20s, an ancient woman, and a frail and gray-haired older man, even smaller than the old woman. The younger woman whispers something in Spanish you don't quite catch, and then forces the storage room door open with a shriek of metal. Not much here, the young man says, sweeping the storage room with his flashlight. He's traveling heavy. A crowbar, a backpack, water bottles, road flares. Those are your road flares. They must have found your Honda. Then the young man spins and runs his flashlight across the wall, but your Lobo has already hidden behind the counter. Whoever they are, they're foolish or desperate to bring a woman in her 70s, at least, and a guy who isn't built for this kind of work. You're surprised that they're this far north without having already made contact with someone. The younger woman starts jiggling the handle to the bathroom, which is between the storage room and the office. Bored and fearless, the old man hobbles down one of the aisles, and your beast screams behind your eyes. We're faced with a decision, kindred. Do we A, sneak up on him and drain what we need before anyone knows what happened? We only need a little to take the edge off. He'll be fine. Perhaps B, we should be strong enough to grab the old guy without him making a sound, and once our fangs are in, he'll go limp. We go for it, taking just a little blood. Perhaps C, we're not going to risk a snatch and grab turning into a massacre, or a tired old man's heart suddenly stopping, and we stay hidden. Option D. There are too many of them, and we're not taking any risks. We stick to the shadows and watch. or E. We can't risk violating the Masquerade, the undead code of secrecy and silence, by revealing what we are, and so we stay hidden. The choice is yours, my friends. You have 3 minutes to decide and discuss amongst yourselves, starting now. For those of you just joining us for this decision, feel free to type your choice within the chat. Thus far, we've found that we are a young neonate forced into the hot Arizona deserts, a non-binary gangrel calling themselves no one. Our famulus, our familiar, is a wolf named Magda, and our sire was an older gangrel named Lampago. Most recently, about a year ago, we robbed Julian of the Geo-Tracker. The Geo-Tracker, a lime green hatchback he was quite fond of, as well as $300, and set off north, only to be found starved and pale a year later. He bade us to start paying him back, gave us CDs and a USB. Forced into the life of a courier once more, we're now faced with a decision, hidden deep in the recesses of an abandoned convenience store. How shall we proceed? You've a minute and a half left to make this decision. Welcome, Sadlin. Thank you for joining us this evening. So far, we've 2 votes for option B or 1 for option E. Moose is correct. The way of the survivor is often one capitulating with the Camarilla. We are, however, one of the shape-shifting gangrel, and we are hungry. I'll allow another minute for consensus to be reached. It's lovely to see you all discussing the possibilities of the ramifications of our decisions. We must stave off the beast at all costs, after all. It would seem that thus far we have a majority in favor of grabbing the old guy without him making a sound. Taking just a little blood to sate our needs, to keep the beast from rising within, the canine blood flowing through our immortal veins. There are 15 seconds left. And this decision, Kindred, has expired. You need to feed while you're still in control of your actions. You wait until the others move into the storage room, taking most of the light with them. Then rush the old man, hands ready to wrap around his mouth so he does not scream. Though the man isn't in good shape, you worry even as you close in that you're not strong or capable enough to pin him before your fangs sink in. Then, when you're one step from the man, you hear the young woman at the bathroom door shriek, and then you hear the crunch of bone. The old man turns, sees you, and howls in terror. Before he can run, what's left of the young woman flies down the aisle, missing you by inches and spattering your face with blood, and knocks the old guy to the ground. He doesn't get up. You absently note that the woman's corpse is already drained of blood. Then you turn and confront the thing in the bathroom. The kindred of Clan Nosferatu are never beautiful, but this one is particularly hideous. Stark naked, and so tall he must stoop to get out of the room, with a flattened skull and huge bat-like ears that make it impossible to imagine what he looked like in life. And then you look into his flat, black eyes and realize that there is nothing there. April 2007. In the end, we're weaker than they are, Julian says, watching a trio of teenagers across the 7-Eleven parking lot. He sips blood from his extreme gulp, then uses it to gesture at the mortals. I mean, spiritually, we're weaker. We're like scurvy victims or something. We can't heal. The beast, you say. I'm not going to ask you what you've done in its grip, Julian says, or what you've done on your own and blamed the beast for. But I know the beast will eat you if you're not careful. It'll eat your soul and live behind your eyes. When that happens to one of us, the Camarilla call them whites and hunt them down. And the Assamites, you ask? I don't know, Julian says. I never had the courage to ask. The Nosferatu, the mindless white that had once been a Nosferatu, spots you. But then it turns, and though you cannot see the tough-looking young guy and the old woman, you know that they're cornered in the storage room. As the dead woman's blood runs down its chin, the creature weighs its options. It turns toward the storage room, moving awkwardly because a huge iron chain is fastened around one of its legs. Then something lashes out of the darkness and the white reels back, more in surprise than pain. The young man strikes the creature again with his crowbar. That won't be enough to fend off a monster like this. These people will be dead in moments, and then the fallen Nosferatu will turn its mindless rage on you. Kindred, we find ourselves faced with another decision. Do we A, grab the chain and haul the white backward to protect the people in the storage room? Or B, there must be another way out. Using our knowledge of how this place ought to be laid out, we'll look for a way to get us to safety. Perhaps see, we shout and rally the young man to fight the white off. The road flares! That will do more against this monster than a crowbar. Perhaps D, we call Magda before rallying the man to fight off the white with a road flare, using our discipline of animalism. Maybe the answer is E. We'll get the white's attention and then lure it away from the mortals and slip back into the shadows. Or, finally, perhaps our response is F, to grow out our claws and rip the white to pieces, utilizing our discipline of Protean. The choice, denizens of the night, is yours, and you have 3 minutes to discuss and decide amongst yourselves before we move forward. That's 2 possibly leaning towards the use of Protean, and 1 getting the white's attention to lure it away from the mortals, slipping back into the shadows ourself. Another vote for C, using the road flares to get away from the Nosferatu. Moose does raise an interesting point. Allowing these mortals to leave with their memories will surely jeopardize the masquerade in which we are, at least, bound to represent. We've 2 now for D, 2 for option F, 1 currently for C, or 1 for E. We've another minute left to make this decision. Perhaps, Kindred, it would be best to assist one of your fellow members with their decision. Believe that the current vote stands at 2 for C, 3 for D, with 30 seconds left on the clock. D is standing as the majority favorite. I agree, Sadlin. We shall move forward, calling Magda before rallying the man to fight off the white with a road flare. This will utilize our discipline of animalism. Your blood sings in your veins as Magda leaps over the counter and bears down on the fallen Nosferatu. The road flares, you shout, just as your Lobo sinks her fangs into the creature's ankle. The Nosferatu howls and tries to reach Magda, buying the man precious moments. Your Lobo darts out of reach, snapping and snarling. When people get scared, they can behave irrationally. You know because you've scared a lot of people. Sometimes they freeze. Sometimes they repeat stereotyped routines even when they're in mortal danger. And sometimes they do whatever they're told. This man does what he's told. You can't quite see him from where you're standing, but you see the fallen Nosferatu suddenly illuminated in red light as the man ignites the flare. The beast is not just rage and hunger. It is also fear. A wild, irrational animal fear. A road flare cannot seriously harm this monster, but the beast knows that fire can destroy it as surely as sunlight. Even you feel a shock of terror, and the white is nothing but its primal urges. It howls and flees, ripping away its chain in its haste. You duck just in time as the steel links fly past your head. Mad with fear, the creature smashes through the boarded-up front door and disappears into the night. Magda pads up beside you, her shining eyes taking in the bloody horror all around her. The old woman says something in an indigenous language that you don't quite understand, then kneels down beside the dead woman, takes out a crucifix, and offers a quiet prayer. You watch the ineffectual trinket swing back and forth on its chain. The younger man looks outside to make sure the Nosferatu won't return, then remembers his elder and runs to him, limping from his injuries. The old guy moans and his eyes flicker. You have 1,000 questions and one problem. Where did the Nosferatu come from? Who chained it up? Was it imprisoned because it had become a white, or did it lose its mind during its imprisonment? And what are you going to do with these people who just saw a blood-stained, bat-eared monster kill a woman? We're faced now with another decision. Knowing we can't leave witnesses, do we kill them and feed? We need their blood, and it's bad to leave loose ends. Perhaps we drain all 3 of them. Or C, we need to feed before the beast consumes us. So we drink from the old man. That will make persuading them not to talk harder, but we have to feed. D, knowing these are religious folk, we misdirect them into believing that they faced a demon. We're pretty sure, after all, that demons can't be real. Perhaps our response is E, to intimidate them into silence, promising them they'll die if they speak a word of this to anyone. F, perhaps we appeal to their higher principles. We saved their lives, somewhat true, and they owe us. They ought to remain silent. Or do we simply let them go? The choice is yours, fellow travelers of the night road. You've 3 minutes to make it, starting now. I do agree, Moose. I think that draining all 3 of them would result in quite a loss of humanity. Humans are unlikely to keep their mouths shut about such a monstrous thing that they've been faced with. The alien newspapers do pay quite a bit in the American Southwest, don't they? Thus far it looks like we've a plurality for feeding on these poor mortals who deigned to find such a monstrous sight before them. Moose offers another option, feeding upon only one of them, or misdirecting them into believing that it was only a demon they faced. Perhaps we offer the higher solution they truly seek. 1 minute remains for this decision. B and C thus far seem to be the clear winners. I believe currently B has more votes. C has pulled ahead. I think you're right. I may just have some gelatinous vitae near at hand. It would seem that while B and C appear to be tied for purchase, Jam Jam's response to kill them and feed, while I would normally assume to be A, might also align with B. Do I understand correctly, Kindred? It would seem that we need their blood, and it's bad to leave loose ends, and we drain all three. February 2006. You've seen Alien, right? Julian asks. You glance up from your disappointing meal of bagged blood poured into a champagne flute. Your payment for the latest job. Your elder, by about 5 years, looks determined to give you another lesson. Your bloodied knuckles are mending slowly. Julian already looks pristine again. You know how the alien can only attack you if you're carrying a weapon? That's Predator, you say. No, it's Alien, Julian responds. Anyway, I'm making an important point. That last job got a little rough. I may have turned invisible and stabbed a guy, like the alien in Alien. That's Predator, you say again. My point is that when people come at you with guns, okay, sometimes you have to kill them. Or destroy them. Bunny fingers. If they're your fellow Cainites. But we're not murderers, no one. We have a beast inside us now. A monster that exists only to feed and kill. And if we let it loose, it'll burst out of us like... I don't know. I can't think of a metaphor. How do you control it, you ask? If you gotta kill or die, Julian says, you kill. But no killing to feed. No killing because it's the easy way out. That strengthens the beast. A lot of Cainites say we're predators, no one, but we're not. We're parasites, and parasites don't kill their hosts. Oh shit, you're right. I was thinking about Predator. I even had that Predator versus Parasite metaphor lined up. I'm sorry, but look, if you need to kill to survive, fine, but anything else will destroy you in the end. You take the young man out first, since he's the strongest. At your signal, Magda leaps onto his chest and tears his throat out. The rest of the work is quick and bloody. And then you feed. You feel awake and alive for the first time in years as the blood trickles across your gums. It coats your throat, then crawls up behind your eyes, into your skull, until it feels like your hair stands on end. You close your eyes and savor the feeling, because you know how rare it is. Tonight, the hunger has abated, and the beast is quiescent. But you didn't do it for your own selfish needs, you tell yourself. They needed to die to preserve the Masquerade. The work was ugly, but necessary. This sort of thing happens from time to time, and you know what to do. You find a knife and some tools and hack their bodies up so it looks like an isolated act of brutality. Common enough out here. And not like a vampire drank their blood. Your Lobo gnaws on them too, further confusing exactly what happened here. Murder? Animal attack? As long as nothing points to you, you're happy. Then you take a moment to enjoy the blood on your teeth. You check your iPhone. It's broken. You take out the SIM card and destroy it, then destroy the spares you carry as well. You wear a watch because sunrise is never far from your mind, and yes, that's broken too. Then you check your satchel, but the USBs are all there, all safe. Sated for the first time in years, you check yourself again in the cracked glass of the empty display case. There's blood on your hands and face, and clumps of gore in your hair, and your shirt and jeans are in tatters. You try the sink in the bathroom, but the water has been shut off for years. After a few minutes, you find some cleaning supplies. Being dead, you don't worry too much as you scrape blood off your face with a sponge. After a few minutes, you look like an escaped mental patient, but not like a Romero zombie. No one in their right mind would pick you up as a hitchhiker, but you might be able to reach town. You head back to where you left your car, but it's gone. Instinctively, you check the satchel one more time, but everything is there. Everything that just happened was a distraction. Someone else's problem. You can reach the outskirts of Tucson before dawn, and from there make your way to the new prince's court. Just deliver these USBs and you'll make enough money for a new car. You'll be able to keep doing this. Night after night. You keep walking. We're going to take a brief intermission while I refill my glass of Vitae. After which, we'll have a decision to face. Whether we continue on with Chapter 3 this evening or save it for the next night. I will return momentarily. Feel free to discuss the decision before you amongst yourselves. right. I've returned and sated my own beasts in the meantime. Snack packs and blood bags do their own work, but nothing quite quells the beast like a warm sack of meat. What say you, fellow kindred? Shall we continue with another chapter in no one's miserable existence? We do have one vote so far to continue on with Chapter 3 before we end for the evening. I, for one, am eager to see how this young Neo-Knight survives the trials of the Prince's court. Ah, lovely, Sadlin. What beverage have you got loaded up before you? Also, I've heard some feedback that the music was previously not quite coming through, sounding as if it were coming from a far distant hallway. If the music is too low or too loud, please don't hesitate to speak up. Any little thing we can do to improve the moods of the kindred who have come to join us this evening is not beyond our powers to control. That does sound lovely. Almost dark and stormy. Quite fitting for the trials of our neonate, don't you think? Well then, it seems we've got at least two who are willing to continue on with Chapter 3, so Chapter 3 we shall embark upon together. Entitled The Eagle Prince. The setting is Tucson, Arizona. The night of November 2nd. Sunrise comes too early at 6:42 a.m. Your feet hurt. You already passed the place you were supposed to stay yesterday, but it's just an empty garage. There's nothing there for you. An hour before dawn, you reach the chain-link fences and industrial parks that mark the outskirts of Tucson. You can see cheap stucco houses up ahead, but the burbs are no place for a vampire. Without a cell phone or money, and with your clothes too trashed for polite company, you revert to skills you honed to serve your shape-shifting sire, the one they called Lampago. When you find an abandoned semi-trailer in a factory parking lot, you note that the high walls should keep the worst of the heat off. You check it for holes in the ceiling. Finding none, you crawl inside. You spend the day with your brain screaming in terror and your body paralyzed as trucks and factory machines move all around you. Someone actually moves the trailer, which you're sure hasn't been moved in years. They drag it into the sun, so you spend the day boiling in a metal box under Arizona's daytime heat. The moment the sun sets, you throw open the door and, even though people are still working, flee into the night. Magda whimpers when she sees you and nuzzles your hand, either out of pity or to check if she can eat you. Our next decision will allow a minute and a half for. Option A. All that matters is the USBs. Are they still good? Option B. This is what unlife is. Some nights are good. Some are like this. Maybe there's a clean place to sleep at the end of this road. Or option C. By Cain, I am not going to continue to exist like this. We don't care what things we have to do to get a clean apartment and a nice car, but we will do them. The choice, my friends, is in your hands. It would seem thus far, by and large, we all seek stoicism, a way to combat the mounting dread of the beast rising deep within our blood. Times like these call for an end to our own misery, even if that end comes only with the sake of our willpower. There are 10 seconds remaining before the decision is locked in place. This is, after all, what unlife is. Some nights are good. Some we boil in a metal box. We can only hope for a clean place to sleep later. You've seen the lowest of kindred, twisted Nosferatu, incurably mad Malkavians, and lower still, screaming in terror as they faced final death. And you're doing better than them because you are not dust. This is better than nothing, right? You can still walk, so you kick some black filth off your ruined boots. Check your USBs and get walking. You're going to have to replace your satchel, which hangs in tatters on your shoulder. Tucson, Arizona, the night of November 3rd. Sunrise will come a little later this evening at 6:29 a.m. You never wanted to come back to Tucson. It's been a black spot on your personal map for years. Yet here you are. You have to avoid the good neighborhoods. The big stucco houses on their little plots of land with their raked out front yards and blue recycling bins. For a few minutes, a black and white Mustang with a thin blue line Punisher decal on the hood creeps behind you in first gear. You can't tell if it's an actual police car or some kind of patriot group, but you cut through a park where they can't follow. There's a public bathroom there where you might be able to clean up a little. The mirror is cracked and someone shit in the urinal. But the water works. Oh my. Welcome. Welcome to another night in the hot Tucson sun, young raiders. We're happy to have you amongst our band of merry neonates, flush from the blood of a trio we've just drained. You spend a few minutes scraping trash off, then look around for either threats or opportunities. But no one shows up. You're not that hungry. Yet. So you keep moving. That's when you recognize where you are. An abandoned building rises above you, and when the wind shifts, you can still smell the chemical fires. This was the lair of your nameless sire, the one other kindred called Lampago. You crawled out of here every few nights to escape her spawn and to provide her with the sustenance she craved. We're faced with a choice, kindred. Option A. Lampago was a monster, but she made us strong. We've tried to maintain her savage power and will to survive in our blood. Option B. Lampago was a mindless brute. I hear the Prince of Tucson is of my clan. The Gangrel, though. Maybe I can learn the arts of civilization from him. Or option C. In her own way, she was a mystic, a visionary, and a heretic. I still carry that flame of enlightened rebellion within my blood. You have 3 minutes to decide amongst yourselves before we move forward. Starting now. And welcome, John, your merry band of followers. We're very happy to have your heckin' raid amongst our blood-starved vampires. Cainites seeking only to eke out another night of existence on the mortal coil. Fresh with blood following a short encounter with the Nosferatu and a band of mortals. Would you like to help us decide how to proceed from here? That's excellent. Please, type your responses into the chat when you've made a decision. Unfortunately, I am an old enough kindred that I've not become technologically savvy enough to work out the intricate details of the polls on this forum. Salen, we know only that the USBs have been given to us by a former vampire with which we've become closer than we seem to have liked. When our when we escaped from our sire and returned to Tucson after the former prince was usurped in a brutal coup, we stole a vehicle from that other vampire, Julian. And when Julian caught up with us a year later, we were gifted with CDs and USBs upon which to run our courier mission. So we seek out the Prince of Tucson now. The only thing that matters is the information upon those USBs. Alright, we've a couple thinking that she was a mindless brute, and our new coming raid leader thinks that she was a mystic, a visionary, and a heretic. There remains yet a minute to make your decision as a group. That would make sense. There seem to be quite a bit of things that are restricted to those who have achieved affiliate status under the Masquerade that this Twitch forum offers. Aha. Thank you for allowing me that information. Information typically does not come free, after all. We shall move forward. The plurality has seemed to decide that our former sire was a mindless brute. But we know the Prince of Tucson is of our clan, the Gangrel, and perhaps we can learn the arts of civilization from he and his esteemed comrades. You've heard interesting things about the Eagle Prince. Not necessarily good things. But he must be wiser than the slithering thing that embraced you and made you her pet. And he awaits in his Elysium. Elysium is one of the defining ideas of the Camarilla. It is a neutral meeting ground where violence and the use of vampire powers are forbidden. In many Elysiums, kindred are allowed to exist as they are, not as the Masquerade demands they be. The Tucson Elysium is located on the roof of a nightclub called the Viper. You can hear the pounding industrial music from the parking lot, but you're not here for the party. You've been outside the Viper before, but never in and never up. You scan the rooftop and wonder whether to approach first or try to hunt. It's bad form to arrive in an Elysium hungry, but hunting nearby is often forbidden since it attracts notice. An eagle settles on a fire escape. You remember the way that eagle looked at you a few nights ago, huddled on the outskirts of an abandoned convenience store within which you found a Nosferatu and a band of merry mortals that you later made your feast on, and you suspect it's the way in. You follow it up the fire escape. You don't know what shadow art this place employs, but you reach the top step and the empty-looking rooftop of the Viper disappears, replaced by a sprawling patio covered in cacti and desert shrubs. Footpaths lead through the secret garden, and small stone bridges cross narrow rivulets of cold, flowing water. From here, the lights of Tucson are invisible, and the night sky is the way it is deep in the desert. Shades of purple and blue and black, with the Milky Way brighter than you've ever seen it. It's quiet up here, but the music from the nightclub below vibrates through the trash soles of your boots as you cross the flagstones. Your fellow kindred watch you with disgust as your boots leave a crumbly trail of black dirt, but you size them up quickly and dismiss them just as fast. They're weak Camarilla fledglings and neonates, ghouls, dead-eyed mortal servitors, and blood dolls. You look around for someone important. The eagle flies past you and lands beside a young-looking man in a linen suit with turquoise jewelry. He's conversing in worried tones with a Nosferatu, a particularly hideous example of the clan whose face is a death's head of gray-black muscles, as if her skin has been peeled away. Her monstrous face contrasts with her striking and powerful physique. We're faced with another decision, denizens of the night. A. That man with the jewelry is either the prince or one of his agents. We'll deliver the USBs and get our damn money. B. We still have our dignity. We're not going to cross the Elysium until we've found a way to clean ourselves up. Option C. We examine our fellow kindred. We've never been to the Tucson Elysium, and we want to know what sort of monsters, liars, and sons of bitches we're up against. Or option D. Blood. We need blood. You have 2 minutes to reach a consensus, kindred, starting now. Seems our raid leader likes to think we still have dignity. I should like to think so as well. Thank you, Sadlin. I appreciate your technologic savvy. If you would, please partake in the straw poll Sadlin has added to the chat. This may make it easier for us going forward, at least for the evening until we can figure out polls going forward. Technology has always haunted those of the kindred who have spent too far among the land of the living. Thus far, our consensus is dignity. It's important to comport yourself appropriately when approaching the prince of a new city. After all, first impressions are everything, aren't they? We'll allow another minute to make our decision final. If you intend to vote, make sure you vote fast, for time expires quicker than most when your blood runs sluggish through your veins. I trust the music remains at an appropriate level. Should it become more a hindrance than an aid, let me know, and it is something I can fix quite quickly. Unlike the polling system, it's much easier to change. Dignity it is. We refuse to cross the Elysium and meet with the prince until we found a way to clean ourselves up. After all, our former evening was spent in the boiling chambers of a semi-trailer moved unexpectedly while we rest within. You spot what looks like a mortal servant, a small and sallow man wearing an oversized gray suit, like a refugee from some 20th century war. "Hey," you say, and the man freezes. "I need clean clothes." The man calculates for a moment, then his eyes go to your tattered satchel. "Come with me," he says. His accent is thick, his breath unpleasant, like bile. You're led downstairs through an old gym to the showers. You see the man's eyes on your satchel, so you bring it with you. Hang it on one shower head, then cross the showers and turn on another. The servant tosses you a bar of soap and approaches with clothes in a nylon bag hung on a plastic coat hanger. He hangs the clothes up next to the satchel, then lingers next to it. "Go away," you say. The servant retreats, his eyes never leaving your satchel as you scrape the road off your skin. When you're done, you open the nylon bag he left. Inside is a lightweight coverall with a patch that says, "Doug." It'll do. You squeeze out your hair, drag yourself into the coverall, and return barefoot to the Elysium with your messenger bag. The man in the turquoise jewelry watches your approach with a slight smile. Your Lobo hesitates for only a moment, her eyes on the eagle. The young-looking man is seated comfortably in a wicker chair next to a small zinc table with an old laptop, a white hat, and a heap of typed and handwritten correspondence. The Nosferatu, standing beside him, only scowls. "Welcome to Tucson," he says. His accent is foreign, From somewhere in Europe, despite the Native American jewelry and the wide-brimmed hat in front of him. I am Prince Leto. This is Dove, and you are no one, he says. The courier. It looks like you had a difficult journey. You're dripping onto the flagstones, but it's water now, not mud. Give us the data, Outlander, the Nosferatu snaps. Dove is wearing a silkscreen jacket, kicked around Converse All-Stars, and a snapback with a local minor league baseball team on it. Driving gloves are tucked into her pocket. Perhaps another courier. We're faced with the options of response, Kindred. Option A. Money first, sewer rat. Option B. We're not here to pick a fight. We toss her the first USB. Or option C. Dove sounds like the sort of Camarilla lapdog who needs to get yanked around. So, Dove, do you have a dove like this guy has an eagle? Does everyone get a bird? Sadlin, I appreciate. We've a minute and a half to make this decision, my friends. Thus far, it seems in the straw poll, our friend Sadlin, a much more technologically savvy kindred than myself, has put together. 4 votes have been cast. 2 for C, messing with Dove and finding out. Or B, also 2 votes, giving her a taste of the information hidden within our USBs. C. It would seem that most would like option C, though the vote on straw poll is yet tied. I think the watchword of the last year has been to fuck around and find out. It would seem our young neonate follows the same ideology. I will allow another 30 seconds for our minds to change in case we should have a moment of simple recognizance. As well as to munch on a little bit more gelatinous vitae myself. After all, I must retain some energy. Exquisite what they can do with the blood these days. Dove does sound like the sort of Camarilla lapdog who needs to be yanked around by a short leash. Dove, do you have a dove the same as this man has an eagle? Do we all get our own bird? The Nosferatu glares down at you, but the prince, seated beside her, only laughs, his tone warm and friendly. Dove has little interest in the creatures of the night. Her dark gifts maintain this Elysium, he says, but she is most useful for what she knows, and right now she wants to know what those USBs hold. I imagine you do, too. You've yanked her around enough, so you set the USBs on Prince Leto's table. Thank you, no one, he says. Leto's laptop is an old Asus, probably intended to read information once before it's destroyed. When the prince inserts the USB, a folder appears with a video and a few text files. Feel free to watch, no one, Leto says. He checks his Vacheron Constantin. It's 1:49 a.m. Then he looks east. He stares for a long time, as if with longing, then shakes his head. I don't think this interests you directly, but I try not to keep secrets here in Tucson. A warm, friendly smile, and eyes that watch you like a... Where did that bird go? The video opens awkwardly, with a hand holding a webcam. You see a man's face, and then you see the ritual chamber. Tremere. The warlocks, the usurpers. Once the clan of sorcerers and blood magicians, their discipline and interclan loyalty admired even by their enemies, the Tremere are now scattered and leaderless after the destruction of their greatest chantry in Vienna. You might have fallen low over the past few years, but not so low as the warlocks. You don't recognize this Tremere. He's white and apple-cheeked, with a short gray beard, portly in a way vampires rarely are, like an avuncular college professor. He's wearing a Fair Isle sweater vest and pressed slacks, and holding a silver knife with one hand as he tries to adjust the webcam with the other. That's Jasper Knowles. Tremere Magus, Leto says conversationally. Do you know him? The decision before us lies as such. A. We've never seen him before in our life, which is true, so there's no reason to make things difficult. Or B. Tremere are scum who should all be dragged out of their havens and burned for their crimes, which is also true. Or C. Tremere are all scum and I don't associate with them. Not true, but it's the most common attitude in the Camarilla right now, and I might as well try to fit in. Or D. My job is making deliveries, Prince Leto. I don't get involved. We'll allow 2.5 minutes for this decision, fellow kindred, starting now. The first votes are in, and it's an even split between A, C, and D. Definitely allowing ourselves the freedom of mind to escape from this awful choice. Speaking to a prince of the Camarilla is often a dangerous prospect, even one that seems as open as this one. After all, what secrets might a man who says that he has no secrets to hide be hiding after all? We've another vote cast in the poll. Another for having never seen this Tremere in their life. We'll allow another 30 seconds before the decision is final. When you've never seen someone and you are placed in an unfamiliar situation with unfamiliar players and unfamiliar territory, often it's best to keep things as simple and uncomplicated as you can. And we feel much the same way, it would appear. We've never seen this man before in our life. Why should we make this conversation between Dove, the prince, and ourself more difficult than it is or should be? Leto watches you closely as you answer, tongue against his teeth, concentrating. He thinks you know something, but you've never seen this Tremere. Dove gasps. Knowles has stepped away from the webcam, revealing a dingy cinder-block room with faded orange stripes on the walls and a Nosferatu chained to an iron spike in the floor. That Nosferatu almost killed you the other night. Sire, Dove whispers. Prince Leto's illusion of good cheer falters for a moment. Both he and the eagle glare at Dove. You're here so he can get a read on you, not so his underling can give you information. This experiment has gone on for as long as it can, Knowles says in the video. Science sometimes ends in failure, my dear, and so does our version of it. No intelligence remains in this specimen, and it has become increasingly dangerous and aggressive. Once it's destroyed, I'll send what's left to you. I'm also going to wrap up my daytime business. I know that we are still allowed to communicate via email as, flesh and blood citizens, but my mortal identity is almost 80 years old, and soon people will begin to wonder. Something off screen draws Knowles' attention. He turns the knife, ready to insert it into his wrist, perhaps to use blood magic? Unfortunately for Knowles, he's looking the wrong way. As he stares past the webcam, a figure detaches itself from the shadows of the wall, walks almost casually up to the chained-up Nosferatu, and removes its shackles. The rest of the video is chaos. The white hurls itself at Knowles. The Tremere screams and stumbles into the webcam, which falls. Sorcerous fire blackens the ceiling. Dirty fists rise and fall again and again. Unlike most Tremere, Knowles has mastered the vampiric art of inhuman resilience. But that only makes his destruction longer and more horrible. Then the video suddenly ends. We're faced with another decision, Kindred. Does this sound like Jasper Knowles got what was coming to him? Do we think that poor man, poor men, the both of them, the traditions exist to stop horrors like that from occurring? Or what was up with that figure that freed the Nosferatu? Why couldn't we see it clearly? You have 2 minutes to make this decision, beginning now. So far, we have a plurality of C. Salen with the poll. Again, we appreciate your efforts very, very much. Thus far, A and C remain tied half and half with 2 votes each. Are the 2 votes on the straw poll the 2 votes that remain in the chat? We have another 60 seconds in case you haven't voted yet. It may be that someone's vote in the poll is not being counted, because by my count, including your narrator, we have 5 votes that ought to be counted, but only 4 appear to be showing up. Curiouser and curiouser. It would seem that whatever the sneak is that's hiding from the cameras that have been delivered through video file upon a USB stick to the Prince of Tucson may also be obfuscating the polls that we're using to determine how next we might best proceed. If the plurality agrees, I think we ought to question what was up with the figure that freed this Nosferatu and why we couldn't see it clearly. So it shall move. You've never seen Knowles before, Leto says. He sounds frustrated. Dove, go back. Who was that shadow? You watch it again, but the shadow is just a blur of formless motion. An impressive disguise, Leto says thoughtfully, freeze framing on the blur. The assassin doesn't even move fast at first. There's just nothing there but a smear. Almost as impressive as this rooftop. And what happened to the Nosferatu? Did he escape? He rolls the video back and forth, trying to get a better view of the white. Then he seems to remember you. He reaches into a bag at his feet and hands you a manila envelope, then goes back to scrolling around. $1,000 in 20s. Your job is done. You know the answer to Leto's question, of course. The Eagle Prince's gaze wanders again. He looks east, over the skyline of Tucson. The decision we're faced with now, denizens of the night. Option A, do we share what we know about our encounter with the White? This may get us in good with the Camarilla, after all, which might go further than $1,000 ever could. Option B, do we share what we know, for that White is still out there and dangerous? It must needs to be stopped before people get hurt. Option C, knowing we owe the Camarilla nothing, do we keep our mouths shut? Or option D, planning to deal with the White ourselves and wanting a rematch, do we still say nothing? We have 2 minutes to make a decision. Starting now. Bringing a knife to a fight of the kindred is certainly an interesting proposition. A tough decision, to be sure. Well, that depends on how we look at things, doesn't it? On the one hand, we did run away from the person we were paired up with by the Camarilla. We did steal some money from them, as well as their car, and tried to make our way through the hot Arizona deserts alone, unfettered by the chains of the Masquerade, or by Julian, or even by the Camarilla. On the other hand, Julian caught up with us, gave us these USBs and a job and a reason for our existence once more before sending us on our way, bidding us to do their duty in order to repay their kindness. Thus far, we've 2 votes leaning towards that telling of the White is likely more valuable than money. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, I was incorrect. We've 2 votes suggesting that this is our fight to fight, and we should keep our mouths shut. And we've 1 vote suggesting that the White stuff is probably more valuable than money. I don't believe that we did kill it, Moose. I believe that it escaped into the night after we sicked our Lobo Magda upon it and suggested the mortal attack it with his road flares. We are now tied 2-2. 2 for a rematch with the White on our own terms, and 2 for telling the Camarilla Prince about our encounter with the White. Snack packs galore. It does seem that Dove knows something about this White, something we may not know, if that were to influence your decision. I do agree it would be quite an interesting decision to flaunt the Masquerade in such a flagrant and truly violent way. I should think, unless the two people who have spoken in the chat about their decisions are the only ones that have voted in the straw poll for said option, A may be the plurality at the moment. Interestingly, it may be that the prince decides to let us have that rematch as well, should we offer that information. I'll allow another 30 seconds, if only for straw poll to catch up with the decisions of the kindred we have gathered amongst ourselves tonight. After our recent brush with the Masquerade, draining the blood bags we found before us, perhaps it's best to share our information about the encounter with the White, getting ourselves in good graces with the Camarilla Prince of Tucson, which may indeed go further than the money in our pockets now ever could. You described the battle and your narrow escape from the mindless Nosferatu. I'm impressed you're still alive, little neonate, Leto says. The Nosferatu you fought was old and powerful in his time, the child of Raremus himself. Then his tone hardens and slices through the air like a razor. Dove, your sire is now your responsibility. Find and destroy him. You have 7 nights. Watching the video seemed to have taken all the fight out of the Nosferatu. She only nods. You have too many questions. The most obvious is, why did Prince Leto let you watch the video? Princes are secretive and paranoid creatures, and even in these nights, when the true elders have sunken into torpor or fled to the old world, even a young prince like Leto has survived centuries of betrayal and revolution. Princes don't tolerate risk. That means either Leto or his situation here are unstable, or, worse, he already knows you and has accounted for you. No one. I have more work for you, the Prince of Tucson says. You will remain here tonight. My man, Alexander, will provide you with shelter, sustenance, and suitable clothing. The man who led you to the showers returns. He beckons for you to follow, walking with the quick, commanding steps of an old servant. An old ghoul. Kindred grow strange and cold as they age, but old blood slaves are stranger still, and sometimes more dangerous. Then the servant leads you back to a glass observation room above the club's main dance floor, where a selection of clothing is waiting, and you realize that Prince Leto is giving you gifts. That isn't good. You know what happens if you end up in debt to a prince. Please, Alexander says, you must dress for the Elysium. The Eagle Prince insists. You glance at the clothes on display. Leto isn't exactly draping you in Armani, at least. You see a mix of work clothes and streetwear, but nothing too upmarket. You don't see any bloodstains either. We're faced with a myriad of decisions now, Kindred, revolving around what we dress ourselves with to go forwards. Do we keep the coveralls, neglecting to accept the prince's gifts? Do we desire something tough and functional for the road, a black leather jacket and engineer boots? Do we look instead for some streetwear, should we face the need to go clubbing? We don't, after all, want to look like an old person with a young person's face. Should we desire to look like a professional for our new job? Office casual, after all, isn't fashionable, but it is invisible. Instead, do we go with the official courier's outfit, a members-only jacket and driving gloves? Or do we instead decide to go with the classics, with which you can never go wrong, finding something black, formal, and elegant? You have 2.5 minutes to decide upon our next move, Kindred, starting now. I appreciate your pole-making abilities, Sadlin. Thank you again. Thus far, our plurality stands, with Mad Maxing up. We have 1 vote each. Oh, we've another vote now that brings us to a tie. Our tied options are to Mad Max up, option B, as well as option D. And we've 1 outrider vote seeking to become Vampire Bond. Should the kindred seeking option F like to change their mind, they have another 30 seconds to add their vote to one of the 2 with the commonality currently. I can certainly appreciate that, Lizzie. That said, we are at something of a deadlock. Do we move forward then as Mad Max or Patrick Bateman? Are we looking to brush elbows with more upscale individuals, or are we looking to fight our way as common vagabonds on the street? Flip a coin it is. That's one hell of a roll, Lizzie. Alright. In that case, if evens, it shall be B, and if odds, it shall be D. Patrick Bateman has won with a roll of 17. As a courier, you're in and out of industrial parks, office complexes, high-end restaurants, and bars all night long. You can't dress to impress, only to blend in. You grab some gray button-downs, a pair of cotton trousers, and some chukka boots. A leather messenger bag can hold your deliveries. Functional, invisible. A black peacoat is a concession to style. A forgettable Daniel Wellington watch a concession to your fear of the sunrise. You ascend metal stairs that thump with the bass of the EDM below, back up to the rooftop Elysium. Leteau's eagle watches you. A gangrel prince is unusual, even in these nights. You wonder where Leteau came from, and you wonder what he wants with you. He is still watching the video and reviewing whatever information they got from the other USBs. Dove is scanning the parking lot below. You will be remaining with us for quite some time, Alexander says. You understand what this means, yes? Of course you understand what will happen if you try to flee. You look toward that parking lot, too. You need a car. Thank you for the follow there, Martin. Appreciate that. We are very friendly people here in Tucson, Alexander says, finally smiling. It's an awful sight. Little gray rat teeth. Skin that crinkles like paper. Not like other cities you may know. Speak to people about what you need. Dove was like you once. She drove. You need a car? She has cars. Her retainer, Carlos, is the one listening to the music from below. He is a police officer. He has, rooms, stashes of the shit. Is that what is said? He keeps evidence rooms with the good shit. Maybe you need that sort of man. He is proud and cruel, though. Do not let him bait you. Carlos spots you and Alexander looking at him and gives you the finger. And if you need, blood? Alexander says. I was a doctor in my youth. When I was young, I said to my teachers, "This bleeding, it does not work. It does not make the patients better." Isn't that funny, knowing what I know now? Ha! A little joke. But I have an important job. When kindred feed and kill and endanger the Masquerade, I tell Prince Leto. I hate telling him those things. I would prefer if kindred came to me for advice. I will give you this advice now. Do not hunt near the viper. It is not permitted. And of course, do not use your gifts here. The sudden movement of blood, it upsets Dove. We're faced with quite a myriad of options here, fellow kindred. Would we like to, with option A, talk to Leto? After all, why is an outlander in charge? That's rare for the Camarilla, but unexpected things do seem to interest me. Maybe I can learn about the prince and cultivate a relationship with him. Yes, our familius Magda in the background is starting to get a little antsy. Option B. So, Leto is cute. I'm going to talk to him and see if there's anyone else in his life. Option C. Do we talk to Leto? I don't trust him. I never trust the Camarilla, but if he has work, I need money. Option D. Actually, Alexander, what can you tell me about procuring blood in Tucson? The old ghoul is unsavory and might be deranged, but blood is life, and I need it. Or option E. I need blood, Alexander, but I have standards. How are matters arranged here? I know what I am, but I would rather not be associated with forced extraction pits. With option F, do we talk to the retainer Carlos about equipment and a place to stay? After all, I've been far too proud lately. If I have to beg this guy for what I need, I will do it. Option F, do we talk to Carlos? I need guns, and if I need to kiss the ring or otherwise impress this mortal, I'll do what I need to survive. Option H. Dove hasn't exactly been polite, but we have a shared interest in cars. I chat her up about different accidents we've been in. Option I. I talked to Dove about getting a car, but I'm not going to put up with any shit from a sewer rat. Option J. Do we examine Leto's eagle, the Familius? How fascinating, and how dangerous. I approve. Or option J. Do we talk to the mortal servitors and hangers-on? That's where Julian taught me to look for power, where people are forced to serve. I'll give a little bit longer on this decision. A total of 4 minutes, beginning now, kindred. would like to put... Ah, thank you again, Sadlin. She was quite insistent about coming to check on you and lick the floor. I'm going to give everyone a few moments to make this decision, and I'll return in just a moment. Sadlin is doing an excellent job. He deserves all of your kudos and more. It would seem, if I'm not mistaken, that I have returned to a plurality. We have 2 votes for everyone missing the help, and them knowing more than what people think. We do also have 1 vote each for wanting to know how an Outlander got this gig, wanting to know how said Outlander's ass is, and then 1 for wanting lots and lots of guns. We shall move forward, speaking to the mortal servitors and hangers-on. After all, that's where Julian taught us to look for power, the places in which people are forced to serve. It does look like many of these options are the same as the options from the previous. There are many servants here, not just well-placed ghouls like Alexander and Carlos. You circle among the servants. Most lack the dead-eyed stare of those broken by relentless mental domination. That makes sense. Prince Leto is a gangrel, and his mental powers might only extend to animals. But judging from the elegant pallor of these servants, you suspect that they're blood dolls. Walking food, addicted to the kiss. Like blood dolls everywhere, they linger because the touch of the undead is the only pleasure left to them. So Leto's servants might be stronger-willed than the brainwashed thralls of a Ventru prince, but only by a little. Interesting. There's some kind of dispute in the parking lot down below. 3 women yelling at a guy. Dove gestures and 2 heavies head downstairs to sort it out. It would seem all of the options now are on the table but for the last one. Do we speak to Leto about why an outlander is in charge? Do we speak to him about if there's anybody in his life? Do we talk to him but not trust him? It's important to never trust the Camarilla after all, but if he has work, we do need the money. Do we return to Alexander to ask about procuring blood in Tucson? While the old ghoul might be unsavory and he may be deranged, blood is life and we need it. Do we return to Alexander and ask him carefully about where his blood supplies come from? After all, we know what sort of monster we are, but we would rather not be associated with forced extraction pits. Do we talk to the retainer Carlos about equipment and a place to stay? Having been far too proud lately, if we have to beg this guy for what we need, we'll do it. Or do we talk to Carlos about guns? If we need to kiss the ring or otherwise impress this mortal, we'll do what we need to survive. Dove hasn't exactly been polite, but we do have a shared interest in cars, so we chat her up about different accidents we've been in. Do we talk to Dove about getting a car? But I'm not going to put up with any of the shit from a sewer rat. Or we can indeed examine the Danger Eagle. Sadlin again with the poles. A 3-way split thus far. I'm sure that will change soon. Indeed it has, into a 4-way split. We'll allow another minute and a half to make this decision before we move forward. I'd like to thank all of you again for joining us this evening and helping shape the path of our young neonate through the harsh Arizona Masquerade. It's been an interesting journey so far. We've arrived at some lovely conclusions and learned more than any neonate ought to be given the information of. Another 30 seconds on the clock. If you would like to change your answer or your vote, Sadlin, that can certainly be accommodated and will break the deadlock as it currently stands. Magda, would you like to go back upstairs? Make up your mind. There are indeed more votes available. Have we arrived at a commonality amongst the kindred, or do we fight amongst ourselves like the common Sabbat? It may as well be, Moose. I can roll a dice. As we stand now, A, B, C, and J are deadlocked. If I'm to roll a d20 for this, 1 through 5 may stand then for A, 6 through 10 for B, 11 through 15 for C, and 16 through 20 for J. Alright then, it sounds like we have indeed arrived at a plurality. We shall continue. When you approach, Prince Leto closes his laptop and rises cordially. He's tall and slim, his face and hair both silvery in the moonlight. It's dangerous to chat up an elder, but Leto is more approachable than any other princes you've met. Less explicitly monstrous, and there's something lonely about him. You get the impression that he's frustrated to be tied down in this place. It's strange to exist again in a time of ignorance, no one, Leto says. When I was new dead, the Commonwealth was still a land of darkness and superstition. Oh, I'm sorry. We have only just met, haven't we? And I'm talking to you like I'm picking up the thread of an old story. Let me start then at the beginning. I died around the same time as my country did. Around when the United States was fighting King George III. Most Americans know nothing of those events, of course. I was held in little esteem when I came to Arizona, especially by the Ventru who ruled here at the time, he continues. But when the old prince went mad attacking the other clans and got himself destroyed, There were few elders left who had not already fled, and so I became prince in this new dark age, brought about by the Second Inquisition and our fear, justified, it turns out, of being tracked through these devices. He taps the laptop case. And in between, you ask? Prince Leto skipped over about 200 years there. A story for another time, no one, the prince says with a secret smile. Two more kindred arrive from the dance floor, skins slick from other people's sweat, cradling their dazed-looking blood dolls. Prince Leto narrows his eyes at this vulgar display, but says nothing. Magda tries to sniff Prince Leto's eagle, but the eagle keeps flitting from cactus to cactus. We're left again with another set of choices, similar enough to the choices we've made before. Do we return to Alexander and ask what he can tell us about procuring blood in Tucson? Unsavory and deranged the old ghoul may be, but blood is life, and we need it. Do we return to Alexander and ask him carefully about where his blood supplies came from? I know what sort of monster we are, but we would rather not be associated with forced extraction pits. Do we speak to Carlos about equipment and a place to stay? We have been far too proud lately, and if we have to beg him for what we need, we will do it. Do we speak to Carlos about guns, whether we need to kiss the ring or not? Impressing this mortal is something we will do if we need to survive. While Dove hasn't exactly been polite, we do have a shared interest in vehicles. Do we chat her up about the different accidents we've both participated in? Do we talk to Dove about getting a car, even though we're certainly not going to put up with any shit from a sewer rat? Or do we examine Leto's Familius Eagle? How fascinating and how dangerous. We certainly approve. With another minute and a half to cast your votes, we do have currently a plurality amongst those seeking G. What a nice, friendly bird you've got. Look at those talons. Just like a chicken. We have one vote each for suggesting that blood is nice, but we ought to be discreet. And another vote for asking Dove about their ride and the wrecks that we've been in. After all, comparing your wrecks is often like holding a meter stick out in front of yourself, if you know what I mean. Another 30 seconds before this choice has run its course. The decision is clear, and we examine the eagle of Prince Leto. How fascinating, how dangerous. We certainly approve. Her name is Riga, Prince Leto says. I named her after a city I always wanted to visit. The prince gestures for the eagle, who hops onto his wrist. He holds the huge raptor aloft easily, right next to his eye. We kindred are confronting a new dark age, the prince says. Riga is my light in the darkness. I see what she sees. The Ventru, who like to imagine they rule the Camarilla, have lost 2 clans now, including mine, because they can only give orders. They cannot listen. They cannot understand what their subjects want. The clan of kings never understood that a prince is not a king. Leto shrugs and Riga returns to her cactus. Or maybe I'm wrong, he says. Maybe I'll end up staked and left for the sun when the wheel turns again. But I've tried to offer Tucson something better than the old prince. Whatever was happening in the parking lot below has sorted itself out. The heavies are back upstairs, laughing. You memorize their names and faces in case they're trouble later, then circle the Elysium for a few minutes, getting a feel for the place. You can't hardly believe you're back in Tucson. You wonder if anyone recognizes you. Beyond the rooftop, the city lights appear dim and washed out, as if seen through a black veil. Red brake lights from the highway look like a sluggish trail of blood. Just call her. That's Dove, speaking in hushed but anxious tones to Prince Leto. You can't quite hear the rest of the conversation, but then the prince's genial smile vanishes. Dove withers at whatever he says next. Then the eagle swings its golden eyes back toward you. Ah, no one, Prince Leto says. I told you I would have work for you. I need to send some emails, and that is not as easy as it once was. Come here. You were still a fledgling when the Second Inquisition burned through the centers of Camarilla power. Places like the Vienna Chantry, arcane fortress of Clan Tremere. You weren't important enough to draw the SI's attention. They've been quiet for years. Quiet enough that some kindred are starting to use phones and email to conduct their night work again, cutting into your business. But you know they're fools. The SI was never beaten. The Inquisition is just collecting information now, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Prince Leto does not want to give them such an opportunity. You come highly recommended, he says, and I hate to see a proud member of my own clan brought low by circumstances. I need you to run letters to a few cities near Tucson. Don't worry, nothing is more than a single night's trip. We have 5 options before us. Do we simply inquire of the prince how much he's willing to pay? Do we ask if he's willing to use his magic bird? We're not being sarcastic after all. We sort of would like a magic bird ourselves. We need a ride. Pointing that out might tie us to the Camarilla, but after years on our own, maybe that isn't such a bad thing after all. Well, since you're so charming, flirting openly with an elder might be stupidly dangerous, but Leto is so charming. I think I can get by on my own, thanks. These elders are always giving me orders and pretending it's charity. We have 2 minutes to make this decision, kindred, before the decision expires. Oh my. It does seem we're going with the thus far dangerous but intriguing option of flirting with the prince. The plurality stands as it does. Another 45 seconds on the clock. The prince with all the power and all the power. Your decisions have been recorded and time has expired. Leto smiles, either genuinely delighted or cynically calculating how to exploit his interest. But before he can choose his words, Dove turns to you and says, Prince Leto doesn't need your commentary, whelp. The prince laughs warmly and says, But we all need their help, here in these difficult nights, and we can pay. $1,000 for the first delivery. More later, based on your performance and how much you've impressed my court. In addition, my man Alexander will provide you with vessels, and you may hunt freely in any of the other cities you visit while making your runs. We're faced with another decision, fellow kindred. If we have to work for the Camarilla to stay alive, Leto might just be our best chance. What's the job, we ask? Or option B, do we tell the prince that we don't trust him? Warn him not to betray us. Option C, are we tired of more of this shit? We'll do your jobs, but there are limits to what we'll stomach. We're driver, not a leg breaker. We're not your weapon. Or option D, the Camarilla is the best chance, after all, for all vampires. Shame the ones in charge are assholes, but maybe we can work to fix that. We're in. What's the job? You have a minute and a half to determine your response. If it isn't, Lizzie, it certainly ought to be. The rules of the Masquerade are rules for a reason, but we're bound only by those rules when we're being watched. Thus far, we've one vote each for options A and option D. Desirous to play the system, so far the plurality stands in favor of option D. In one way or another, the Masquerade certainly is broken. Although, from where we stand, I would say that the only thing that knows that we've broken the Masquerade is a zombified white incapable of speaking for itself. We'll allow another 15 seconds on the clock. The Camarilla does seem to be the best chance for all vampires. It is a shame that the ones in charge are all assholes, but maybe there's something that can be done about that after all. We're in. What's the job? Prince Leto hands you a printout marked with 3 locations and 3 faces. You don't recognize any of the 3 faces, which is certainly a relief. Maybe you keep this professional. 3 people need to know about the final death of Jasper Knowles and the reduction of Ramus's child to the state of white. He points to each face in turn. Invidja Call worked closely with Jasper after she escaped New York and showed up here. When Clan Tremere fell apart, so did their working relationship. But she needs to know about his destruction. She also needs to know that, without Jasper Knowles' considerable private wealth funding her, she can no longer sustain her research, and she must return to Tucson. Should we tell them that she'll go crazy when she finds out? Dove asks the prince. I've been meaning to get around to that, Dove, yes, Prince Leto says. No one. Deliver my letter and get out. You won't like Dr. Call's reaction when she realizes she's broke. Moose, you do bring up a good point. The Second Inquisition is around, and they seem to be monitoring communications, biding their time, waiting for a moment to strike. The vampires, recognizing the Masquerade, are growing lax with their ability to maintain communications in a purely encrypted way. This could bode more dangerous than most things for the vampires of the Camarilla. Do we follow option A? Asking why we can't keep her funded? It sounds like she's doing interesting work. Work we'd like to check out, actually. Do we inform the prince that sending us out to be destroyed is in poor form, after all? Do we inquire of the prince? Is she making a hash of the Masquerade? Is that the problem? Or do we simply tell the prince that we will deliver this message? After all, it is our job, and we're not going to be getting tangled up in any local politics. We have a minute and a half to make this decision, Kindred. Lizzie thinks that there's no way we're going to avoid getting tied up in local politics, especially when vampires are afoot. Neshan also thinks that shit is, after all, quite fucked, and we may as well do the thing and see where it goes. Especially after the gas station incident. Moose, I do tend to agree. The only thing more dangerous than getting wrapped up in politics is pretending that those politics don't exist. After all, one way or another, we're bound by the ramifications of those politics, and should we choose to ignore them rather than play by them, what secrets might lurk in the dark unbeknownst to us until they finally snap at our ankles and crush our will beneath their weight? I don't know how to keep that. Thus far, it seems that the plurality of votes stands in favor of asking if this woman is really breaking the masquerade. And so we shall. Is she making a hash of the masquerade? Is that what the problem is? Probably not, Dove responds, shrugging her heavy shoulders. But bring a clipboard nevertheless. If she's breaking the rules, let us know. Leto points to the next face. Paternoster is one of the rabble, a Bruja. He lurks in St. Basil's Hospital in Phoenix, looking after the lost lambs of our flock. Other rabble, the clanless, thin bloods, the mad ones, maybe even Gangrel. Leto chuckles at his own wit. But he actually keeps them in line, though they are dangerously lax. In fact, I would like you to, encourage a bit more tidiness from the kindred at St. Basil's. No open feeding, no drug running, no unauthorized embraces. That sort of thing. This is not a formal mission, you understand, but if you can make our dissatisfaction known, I would appreciate it. But more importantly, with Knowles gone, the hospital will be up for renovation. Those renovations will compromise St. Basil's usefulness as a haven. I'll write instructions for what Paternoster needs to do. 5 options stand before us, kindred. Do we tell the prince, maybe I'm not one to talk, but why do you let low clan trash associate with the Camarillo? Do we question the prince, telling him, if you have a message to deliver to Paternoster, give it to me, but I'm not going to yell at someone for you? Do we query if there's any way to maintain control of the hospital while shaping renovation to our own profits? Do we tell the prince we're happy to deliver a message, no problem, yet wonder how bad it must be at St. Basil's that the Prince of Tucson needs to step in? Or do we try to sound friendly to impress the prince, not desirous to run errands for the Camarilla without getting paid, saying, of course, I can certainly do that? You have 2 minutes to make a decision. Isn't half the fun of being one of the kindred talking fancy and angsty 70% of the time, while spending the other 30% of your time embracing unwitting mortals against their will? Or I suppose sometimes in favor of their will. Now, this certainly seems to be one of the immediately clear decisions we've made thus far. The kindred we have gathered here seem to be in agreement that if we're going to deliver a message like this, we should certainly be figuring out how we can still profit. Does that reason align with the majority of their players dressing as vampires to continue? Another 30 seconds remain on the poll before the decisions expire. Is there any way that we might maintain control of this hospital while shaping the renovations to come to our own profits? They're ambitious, Dove says with a little laugh, remembering our pronouns. Stick to running messages, kid. Leto glances at his second in command, then continues. Finally, the Ventru Ellen Olive Corona is at a migrant camp in Sierra Blanca, Texas, Prince Leto says. You may remember her from that excitement a few years ago. Leto is referring to the final death of the old Prince of Tucson, a powerful blue blood manipulated into launching a crusade of purification against his clan's old rivals, including the rabble. She has since returned to the Camarilla's good graces, since she provides much of the Southwest with blood, but her operation exists atop a mortal substructure that is profoundly politically unstable. Jasper Knowles' destruction will further destabilize that situation, and she needs to know how. 4 options stand before us. Do we think feeding on migrants sounds horrific, as we did earlier? Do we think a steady source of blood down at that camp sounds like easy living? We could certainly get used to that. Oh no. Ellen Olive Krona? Is she going to drag me further into Camarilla politics? We certainly don't want that. Or do we think that a program like Camp Scheffler is good for the long-term stability and survival of vampires? We're certainly interested in seeing it. We have another 2 minutes to make this decision. Thus far, we've one vote each for A and B. Why are we feeding the cattle? Or, a food source from a population no one cares about is a thing we can get behind. Option C has picked up a vote, denigrating the political ties that might accompany entering into a space like that. Without another vote, it looks like we will be rolling another d20. We'll determine that in another 10 seconds. If the voter for A voted based on the options available on the straw poll and would like to change their vote, they may. If they were voting based on the options presented within the storyline as it stands, it can indeed stand. Excellent. I assumed that that would be the case, but wanted to make sure that everyone's votes were being accounted for appropriately. Alright, well, with 3 options before us, each holding a vote, we'll roll a d6. Should it come up with a 1 or a 2, we'll go with option A 3 or 4 with option B, and a 5 or a 6 with option C. In this case, we've rolled a 5. Worried that Ellen Olive Krona is going to drag us into Camarilla politics and not desiring any piece of that, we let the prince know our desires. Or lack thereof, as the case may be. Prince Leto continues while you contemplate what kind of a political snarl some blue blood could drag you into. Anyway, 3 deliveries, $1,000 each, and you are welcome to hunt in Tucson and every city you visit for a year after finishing your final delivery, Leto says. Though you will have to abide by my rules for neonates here in Tucson. My man Alexander will explain once we're finished here. I also give you permission to own property and to create no more than 1 ghoul, though you may not embrace new kindred. And take this for emergencies. And only for emergencies. He hands you a prepaid flip phone and a baggie full of SIM cards. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must compose the letters you are to deliver. The prince moves to a writing desk under a ramada, leaving the pile of electronic devices and written correspondence, and gets to work composing his messages. You sit down nearby to disable the phone's GPS and get rid of everything that could be used to track you, leaving the device even more stripped down than it began. Another 4 options stand before us. Do we need more money in hand right now and persuade Leto to cough up more cash? Do we think the nature of an Elysium is deception, and so lie, flatter, and misrepresent ourselves while acting grandiose in order to make allies here? Do we think this whole situation with Jasper Knowles and the White worries us? What we want, after all, is information, and so we investigate the correspondence on the table, hoping that a quick glance gives us something more useful. Or, we're not socialites. We're not taking any risks tonight. We hang around and keep our mouths shut until we can leave. I would agree, Moose, that ghoul privileges are quite a big deal. This prince seems to be quite open. I wonder if that has something to do with his relative newness to the stage of politicking within the Camarilla Masquerade. It is an interesting way to ingratiate us into the politics of the Camarilla as they stand in Tucson, a way to indebt us further into the prince's favor, only for that later to turn and bite us in the neck. We did spend an awful lot of time flattering the prince earlier ourselves, and perhaps he's keen on the ideology of flattery getting one everywhere. We currently have a 3-way tie. One wants us to lie, flatter, and misrepresent ourselves while acting grandiose so that we might make some new allies. One wants to scan the prince's correspondences, hoping that this quick glance will offer something useful for our further intrusions. Another thinks that we ought to chill, prepare to leave. In another 30 seconds, if we have no tiebreaker, we'll roll a die to decide our next move. Your blood sugar daddy joke may have been spot on after all. Neshan, in a way you are correct. His responsibility in the same way a child is. Were we to fuck up and ruin the masquerade, there's a certain portion of that he might be responsible for answering to someone else to. Unless he simply does away with us. After all, we're a young neonate on the streets of Tucson, hardly worth much in the grand scheme of things. Alright, it appears we will be rolling a d6 again for this one. For this, we will say that 1 and 3 stands for B. 2 and 5 stands for C. And 4 and 6 stand for D. And we've rolled a 1. Indeed, if we are in debt, we will certainly be under his control and influence, as well as under the control and influence of whichever beings he deems us to be under the control and influence of. Having rolled a 1, it looks like our option is B. There are more kindred here now than when you first arrived. Not just Dove, but another Nosferatu unrelated to Raremus. An ecstatic-looking Toreador dripping with other people's sweat from the dance floor. Prince Lato's Malkavian Oracle and a few scummy-looking Ventru in $3,000 suits. Because this is the Camarilla, and they come with the furniture. Lato has a small army of blood slaves, but you learn from whispered gossip that none has proven worthy of the embrace. Circulating among the kindred, ghouls and dead-eyed blood dolls, you charm and flatter, gossip and condemn, all while avoiding any truth about who you are. These kindred are all young. So are you, of course, but these are practically Lato's pets. They've seen nothing of the world, and tricking them into liking you is like passing out dog biscuits at the pound. Thank you for joining us tonight, John. We truly appreciate your presence and hope to speak with you again soon. Have a great evening. You imply that your work for Prince Lato is much more important and secretive than it really is. Drop a few hints about your clan while never mentioning your sire, and describe the white in an oblique way, as if you deal with chained-up horrors all the time. When you leave, your name is on every sticky tongue in the place. The kindred here keep disappearing downstairs, but you're sure you're not allowed to feed in the Elysium. Your palms itch. You can't stay here. You need to see what this city has to offer. As if sensing your mood, Alexander returns, his approach heralded by his reeking breath. You're hungry, yes? The prince is curious about you, so you may feed freely tonight. After that, return to me. One thing only. Do not feed on the sleeping. The descendants of the old prince must feed that way, and they do not like competition. You lean over the edge of the railing, looking down on Tucson. For years you've taken blood wherever you could, usually as payment for a job. But most vampires your age hunt, and most of them specialize. Before you became a courier, you too had a specialty. You think back to those years with Julian, before you drove the night roads to perpetuate your existence. You try to remember the skills you developed to feed. There are 6 options before us on how we've spent our nights feeding. Did we feed on beggars and vagrants? It was a hard, dangerous life, but it hardened us physically and mentally. We head for Tucson's alleyways. Did we feed during sex? What can we say? It's a classic, and it taught us to lie and to charm. We hit the clubs, though getting in is always expensive. Do we feed on animals? When we could. We used our wits and learned to hunt outside the city. But we can't leave town right now, so we head for the kennels. Did we feed instead on blood bags? They taste like shit, and they might leave us a little weak, but this is the future and the only humane path. Usable ones are hard to find, though. It's time to break into a blood bank. Do we feed instead upon the sleeping? The Camarilla don't want us to, but we learned how to do it quietly and safely. Or instead do we feed from people in the scene? It's time to check out Tucson's counterculture. It might be a bit of a masquerade risk, but we're a traditionalist, and we've learned how to blend in. We have 2 minutes to make this decision, Kindred, beginning now. Certainly an interesting lot of options. Not only do we have some of the most stereotypical of options for feeding, playing off of old vampiric stereotypes, but we also have some of the more humane options that, as Neshan says, might seem a little more professional to the human eye. Thank you again, Sadlin. We truly appreciate your assistance in the polls. Um, so far, we have 3 votes for hitting the clubs, which ought to be fairly easy given the uniform we've decided to adopt earlier in the evening. We'll allow another 30 seconds in case we get an influx of new votes. Would seem charming, and speaking about ourselves to the masses is our wont, and we intend to hit the clubs to sate our desires. In better nights, our first stop would be eBay to buy something flashy and cheap, but we have not the time. And talking instead to one of the blood dolls and managing to haggle for a clean and half-decent set of clothes that don't make us look like we just finished our shift at a startup. The Viper might be off limits, but you can see 2 more nightclubs from the rooftop Elysium. We leave Magda behind a KFC to steal leftovers and head for the Red Rock. Rather than the Paul Cézanne-themed bar we were expecting, it's a hard rock club. The wall of noise hits us the moment we step inside, a discordant wall of 70s fuzz grunge. We push our way through the sea of long-legged white girls with straight brown hair and halter tops to the bar and look for... Well, what are we looking for? Men? Women? Or have we never cared and are certainly not intending to start caring tonight? Saidlin's pole excellence continues to shine. What flavor is our snack pack? With 3 votes cast, we're at a deadlocked tie. It appears we may be rolling another die for this. We'll give it another 20 seconds or so to determine if there's going to be another vote cast. A will be 1 and 2, B 3 and 4, and C 5 and 6. And we roll a 5. With no new votes coming in, it looks like the answer will be whatever shows up first. And after all, as a denizen of the evening, why should we care what sort of body it is that we're feeding upon? We scan the bar, looking for anyone with the right combination of pretty and vulnerable. We need blood, but we're also going to enjoy ourselves after so many miserable nights on the road. After studying the crowd a few times, we spot a young woman with dyed black hair standing up against the wall on her phone. We're there before she can finish her text. Roots, cat-eye makeup, bright lipstick, and, since you're not stupid, you can see how careful the construction is. She's playing at crazy mess and enjoying it. When she glances up at you, her gray eyes are clear and cunning. Tucson sucks, she says. I just got here, you say. Should I go home? She laughs. She asks you where you're from, and you lie. She's from Boston, which you've been told also sucks. You ask her if that's true. Well, we're all really mean, she says, shouting to be heard over the drums. You keep her talking. Let her think she's funny. She actually is funny, but that doesn't matter. Lots of women don't get a chance to tell jokes. So you just let her talk as you watch the pale blue veins across the tops of her breasts. Finally, you both agree that the Red Rock sucks and to leave for another nightclub. You get halfway down the street when she says, "My apartment is right here." You and she have something in common. You've both gone without for too long. She slams the door closed, fumbles for a light switch, misses it, and just drags you through the dark to her bed. Your lips find her breasts, then her throat. She manages half a scream as your fangs slide in, then she gasps as you drink. You take your time, letting the blood pool in the middle of her throat before lapping it up. You force yourself to stay in control, to take only what you need. Not like with the three before. Her breath wheezes as you lick her clean, then use your tongue to seal the 2 puncture marks on her neck. A final kiss leaves a slightly darker carmine smear across her lips, and then you're gone. It won't always be that easy, you think, as you sit on a park bench with Magda, sluggishly moving your stolen blood around your body. New vampires can always have fun for the first few nights, but then other kindred learn about your tricks, or hunters notice statistical anomalies, or the herd itself instinctively reacts to the invisible predator in their midst. But tonight, you feel good. A Lotus Esprit Turbo in powder blue rolls up to the curb, blaring synthwave loud enough to scare the crows. The driver flings a parcel your way. When you pick it up, he peels out. The parcel contains a card for a pawn shop. Written on the back, cars. There's also an extended stay ticket for a parking garage with a 4-digit key code written on the back, so it looks like you have a place to park. Even after midnight, it feels dangerous to run across the wide, palm tree-lined boulevard that leads to your destination. You need a car. You're itching like earlier when you needed blood. Only now the need is to move fast, to stop fighting the shape of this city, and start flowing through it the way it wants you to. By the end of tonight, you either need to buy a car or learn how to turn into a bat, because Tucson is no place for pedestrians. Covenant Pawn Shop is wedged between an auto repair shop and a nail salon, across from a Title Max. Signs read cash for guns, we buy gold, and closed. You leave your Lobo outside and step into the sad, dusty, spiritual void of the pawn shop. You pass PS4 games, bedazzled purses, a glass case full of rings, regalo perfecto, and enough rifles to conquer Belgium. The first thing you do is stock up on a few necessities of your trade. A few duffel bags and rucksacks, a mini crowbar, a small folding knife, a folding shovel, a hacksaw, some lockpicks, matches, cord, electrician's tape, a flashlight, a blood and tissue kit with extra syringes, spare USBs, and a portable toolkit. You stop at the knives because you recognize the silver knife in one display case. Jasper Knowles was holding it before he was killed. Or maybe it's just a knockoff of some movie prop or something. You can't be sure, but that's weird. Behind the display case with the knives is a pretty young woman with choppy blonde hair and Victorian replica railway glasses. She's peered over those sunglasses to watch you like a hawk since you pushed past the closed sign and walked in. You know that reaction. She recognizes a predator, but doesn't know exactly what kind. So this place is only tangentially connected to the Tucson Camarilla. It, and she, are independent and kept that way because they're useful. When you get closer, the young woman leans close, studying your professional wardrobe. Her bare arms are covered in H.R. Geiger tattoos, sinuous biomechanical figures in shades of black, gray, and green. Finally, she says, "Miguel sent you." It's not quite a question, not quite a statement, and you have no idea who Miguel is. Maybe one of Dove's servitors. Whatever, you nod. Call me Elena. Let's get you set up. She throws a red leather jacket on over her tattoos. She makes sure you can see the Glock in the shoulder holster. The cars are waiting out back. A rusted chain-link fence divides Covenant Pawn Shop's parking lot from a row of rusted Quonset huts. The huts, and the slightly taller buildings on either side, serve to hide a full parking lot of parked cars that probably shouldn't be here. Miguel says you need wheels, Elena says. She steps into the shadows and starts messing around on her phone, but she keeps her eyes on you above the railway glasses. These cars are shit. Miguel either hates your guts or doesn't care if your mission for Prince Leto succeeds or fails. You instantly dismiss the vans, economy cars, and anything covered in rust or that would require more cash to repair than buy. That leaves you with 4 mediocre specimens. A Mitsubishi 3000 GT with too many aftermarket mods, a little Honda S2000 with electrical problems, an ancient but still rolling BMW 3 Series, and an ugly but functional Nissan Frontier. Prices are as listed, inside and out, Elena says. She props the back door open. You have $603 to your name. Needing a gun, do we decide to check out the firearms instead? As one of the immortal undead, do we think we obviously need a sword and decide to check out our options? We know we need a real computer, not just a flip phone with half of its features missing, if we're going to do anything fast and useful online. An actual good suit might be useful for infiltrating upscale locales. What does this place have, after all? Do we check out the Mitsubishi? Do we examine the Honda? Do we kick the tires on the BMW, or have a look at the Nissan? Or do we instead chat up Elena, curious about the knife, but also curious about better prices, because after all, we're fucking broke. Now, I imagine in this decision, checking out any of these vehicles is probably going to offer us a cost analysis on what the value is, and we won't be locked into one of these decisions simply by looking at them. I'm more than happy to examine the prices of each of these things if we would like to do that before we go about a poll.